Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing well out in the world. Oh man, I'm still very sleepy, so mind me while I wake up. Anyway, give people a second to hop in here while I set a few things up off to the side. Gonna try to find a different music playlist here. Let's see what this does. I'll do that. Anyway, welcome to Drawing of the Day, episode 2. New series where Monday through Friday we do a drawing at 9 a.m. to whenever it's done. We're gonna see how long we can keep it going. And at the end of the episode, the drawing will go onto my website, planetjokum.com, as you can see up here. And while I'm talking about it, it's a new website, fully revamped, way more options, and way more artwork pieces up there. And until May 20th, you can use the discount code Happy Accident at the checkout screen, and you can get 10% off on any order, whole thing. So pretty excited about having that set up again. It's been a while, and yeah. So I don't know what I'm gonna draw on these. I kind of just wing it. And last time, and I don't know if you're here yet, Stephanie, but if you are, we haven't shipped it yet. I'll be shipping it out after the stream today. But this is what we did last time. This was a drawing of the day on Friday. I took the weekend. I'm not doing it on the weekends. So be shipping that out today to someone kind enough to buy it. And if you want that one, again, for anyone just joining in, my new website's finally online. And until May 20th, you can use the discount code Happy Accident at checkout screen to get 10% off any order. And this is currently available too for prints. The original is sold, but you can get a print of it if you'd like. So to start out, I'm going to get my tape, if I can find it. I don't know where it is. Give me a second. Where did that go? Aha. And I'm just going to set up the border here. Now, last stream I I went 8 hours. Definitely not going to do that today. Even though I made fun of myself last time for saying that I always say that and then doing it anyway. But I ended up having fun. So, you know, I had to see it through. No, I'm not de-stickifying the tape enough here. And what I mean by that is what I'll do, because it can rip a lot of paper off at the end. Luckily this paper is thick, so oh look, the tape's green. Ha, that's funny. Look at that. It's like a sensor bar. Ah, noted. That's cool. Little fun discovery there. I didn't know it would be the same green. So what I normally do is the tape actually helps when I wrap it around. And what I'll do is I'll tape it to the underside of the notebook like that. I won't like go crazy and press it down and stuff. I'll just tap it, you know. That's as much as I want it sticking. Just really the only thing you want sticking is this edge. Just run your nail along that, and that's enough. Once. Just get that line. Bigger margin this time. I don't know. I haven't decided if I want to do like color or just keep it with the gray pens. I might just keep it with the gray pens. I don't know. Depends. Any ideas are welcome for today's drawing in chat. Any ideas? On Friday, it ended up being like a temple with crystal hunting, and my buddy Oz wanted a dragon, so we put a dragon on the temple carvings. My stream schedule says 9 a.m. to 11, so. Again, anyone just jumping in, I'm probably going to hear me say it a few times, but I just want people to know that my new website's up. And there's way more art than there ever has been before. Way more options. I believe you get stuff printed on wood. Metal prints are cool. I'm just finally getting hip to metal prints. I like how they look. There's just something about them. I just again just run my finger down just this edge here. That's it. And then I just gently wrap it around the. You just let the weight of the notebook press it. And then of course the tricky part. Let me know if the music's too loud. Or if I'm too loud. Again, any ideas are welcome in chat. What shall we draw today? Nothing has particularly popped in my head yet. But, you know, doesn't always have to be that way. Last stream, I didn't know what I was drawing till I was already drawing for a little bit. Got to the point where I was so indecisive, I just had to, you know, start putting the pencil on the paper. So roughly there. Oops. I kind of just eyeball it. They are not perfectly even margins. And like I said, this drawing will be available on the website within a day. Original and print. And what's cool about the prints too is, you know, this is a relatively small drawing, but when I upload them to my printing company, I give them a really high resolution version so that you can get it much bigger than I have, like, than the actual original itself. Yeah. Got my coffee. Gotta have the coffee. Maybe you don't gotta. I feel like I want to try quitting it someday. I feel like I'm very attached to coffee. It's like one of those things that I've let slip through the cracks, you know? It's like low-key an addiction, but, you know, coffee isn't considered really a drug like that, so. But, yeah, I don't know. It's not just like the waking up effect coffee has for me. It's also like, I just love the smell of it. I love the taste of it. There's something about like a warm coffee in the morning or a hot coffee. Just feels good. All right. What to draw, huh? Tell you, throwing myself in the fire with this one. But I guess I like putting myself on the spot, force myself to think of something. It's like training, you know. It's like just like low key self training. I just want to stay drawing every day if I can. It's possible. Oh man. Looking out my window right now, it's very stormy out today. Stormy looking. It hasn't officially started storming, but it looks like it could any minute. So I may have to get up midstream to open my window. You know, because I like rain sounds. Rain sounds are relaxing to me. Maybe we could do like an upright one. The screen isn't really set up for it though. Yo, what's going on, Az? Good to see you here. Good morning, good morning. I hope work is going well. Hope you're enjoying your coffee or whatever you do. I know you're up at like 5, so it probably changes for you once the kids are out of school, right? Routine. Ugh. I still don't know what to draw. Just got the canvas ready. You end up seeing the finished product of yesterday's drawing? Oz? Show you quick. The only reason I want to show you is because you partook in deciding there being a dragon in it. And you can see I made sure you had some dragon carvings on your temple there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. I don't know, Oz. What's one of the scenes in the book that you're working on? Like, what's like an environment? Give me like one of the environments. Do you have like a favorite biome of your universe that you're working on? I think that's a fun idea. I think I wanna just, even if it's not what you're gonna use, or I just wanna, just looking for some inspiration. You must have some different biomes at this point, right? Anything? Right now I'm getting a lot of swampy wetland ideas because it's stormy and humid over here, so. I don't want to just do a swamp. I've done a swamp recently. One is an underwater city. Ooh. Yeah. I like that. Okay. That's sick. Got this phone shadow here happening on my canvas. Wish I could get rid of that somehow. Just checking something on my stream over here. Is it a futuristic city? Or is it like a like sci-fi, or is it like a like the using magic to live under the water, you know? Like high fantasy underwater city. Saw something glitch over here in my Twitch. glitch on my Twitch. I don't mean to rhyme that. Okay. My brain's trying to imagine lighting under the water. Mix of magic and advanced tech. Alright. Well, that's what we're drawing today. We're going for the underwater city. I imagine that underwater has a much higher atmospheric perspective, like density. So I would imagine that the effect that you would have in air would be the same, but just thicker. So I'm just trying to think. And I'm trying to decide how would I display that it's underwater. I think we gotta show the... I think we gotta show, like, the surface of the water, you know what I mean? Like, underneath. But... Okay. I feel like there should be... I feel like it could be cool if it's like sort of nested in sort of like a, not like a trench, but like mountains that are under the water. So you have like the sand down here. Why isn't my Twitch working over here? Can you hear me on Twitch? You are on Twitch, Oz. Yeah, okay, so it is working. I'm not seeing audio levels on my end. Okay, so a mix of tech and sci-fi. I mean, it's basically like a city scene. And the sky has to be, instead of clouds, it's got to be like ripples. Because it's essentially just going to look like the horizon line's going to be the same. I like this as I haven't thought about drawing an underwater scene. This is why I like making chat. They get the ideas because they always think something that's hard. Alright. Well, if it's futuristic and magic, my brain's going like Atlantis sort of ideas, you know what I mean? Like Alien ruins. Because I would consider dwarven stuff in like Elder Scrolls tech, you know? But like the fact that they used like soul gems, and it's like soul gems combined with mechanics, engineering, magic and engineering. That's a cool combo. Maybe it needs to be clear that honestly, I gotta look up like what coral reef looks like real quick. Like, I know what it looks like in my brain, but I just gotta see it again. Coral reef. Okay. What strange looking stuff. It's really no. It just looks like looks like mold. Like coral reef looks like advanced fungus. It's exactly what it looks like. All right. That's pretty cool. I like how that looks. All right. I'll use that as my coral reef reference because I'm feeling like there can be some coral reef and shit. All right. I feel like I want a higher horizon line on this one because, or I don't know. I think it's gonna be kind of like the same as last time. It's funny because this coral reef reference I'm looking at has like a bridge underwater that looks like the one I drew yesterday by chance. That's just like total roll of the dice. I guess I predicted what picture I would be looking at today. Maybe I'm psychic, can see into the future, but I can't see it for myself. Just kidding. I feel like it's gonna be like a multi-layered one, you know? Alright. Sometimes you just gotta start drawing. Just gonna establish a couple guidelines to keep my eyes in check. I'm gonna do a 3-point like that. I almost just want to like see what happens if I pure paint it. But then I won't have as much detail control. Deciding if I want to do like a pen and ink or like a full paint. Screw it, I'll do a full paint. That'll be fun. Feeling inspired too. So what I mean by a full paint is I'm not going to, and I'll even put the guidelines in anyway, but I'm not even going to sketch it out. I'm just going to give myself a few choices. Yeah, I think the latter there on that horizon line choice. So make that my horizon. And I do want a little bit of curve here, I think. Do that. Okay, that's what I'll roll with. Those are my guidelines. Question is, do I want to go opaque? Could be fun to do a gouache only. I wonder how that would come out. Where's my gouache? Oops. I always mix the two. Do like primarily gouache. I'm picturing like, what was it called? In WoW. Najdatar? Is that how you say it? Najdatar? Well, just dive in here. Blue and white. I actually need to get more blue watercolor. Ran out. Got a big old thing of watercolor here. Just gotta find my blue. Here it is. I use the soft watercolors, and basically they start out like normal paint, but it dries out and just ends up being how normal watercolor is on your palette. I mean, you can get dry pans, they're called. I'm not sure if I have a preference or a difference reason yet. I haven't used it enough yet. Oh man. I had to get that stretch out. I'm visualizing. I think at least for the sky wash, I'll do watercolor. Ooh, this is a good opportunity too. We can use teal. So actually, you know, first half hour of the stream's just talking, chilling, deciding. Is this the teal? Cerulean. Which one's what here? So cerulean must be that one. And then I have a turquoise. Oh yeah, that's definitely a turquoise. Really dark. Okay. Lots of different blues here. I have a little test piece of paper out of screen. I'm gonna use that too. Oh, you know, I didn't even pour myself water. Hold on. Oops. Need water for painting. So I'll put it right here. Alright. And I realize I probably have kept the song on repeat. Nope. I did turn it off after all. Anyone just joining in, another reminder that my new website is up. And there is a discount code till May 20th for 10% off Happy Accident. Any of the drawings, any of the prints, any of the originals. Pretty excited about that. Start testing with my wash brush here. So I'm gonna go big shapes, medium shapes, small shape. I'm just gonna see what this turquoise is looking like by itself here. Oh, that's pretty nice. I'm gonna do the turquoise. That's gonna be our environment color. And I'm gonna take some white here. Mix into this side of it a little bit. my white isn't activated yet. I kind of let my colors mix a little bit on the palette. It doesn't matter too much. Good color. And I'm going to dilute that with water. Water is white. Then I'm going to get more blue. I think a bug was just crawling on me. Maybe I was feeling things. There's my headphone wire. So I have some darker blue waiting for that on the left there. And then I want to take, I'm going to take literally like a touch of yellow. And throw it in. Get some color variation going on. Grab this blue first. And I'm kind of picturing like a town hall here for the city. And then the kind of the scape there. And I'm picturing sort of this going picturing like a sort of aqueduct looking thing. Somewhere right there. So I'm deciding my areas of light. I'm gonna grab a little bit of the green version, toss it in here. Oh, sorry, I meant to zoom in. And unfortunately, the light's gonna give some glare. But yeah. I'm gonna get the color diluted even more. Get a lighter shade here. I'm gonna take the darker blue and kind of sculpt in this edge here. Picturing sort of little structures down here, kind of. And then maybe like these like sort of little sci-fi looking tower things that actually I just messed up there. It's gonna be obeying the 3 line a little bit. The 3 line being the 3-point line. Now I'm being super rough. Basically, I can only like I can see what I'm seeing in my brain. There's the bridge. And this sort of like crazy weird, I'm picturing this sort of building like this with like windows and a tower coming off the top of it. Going with the three line. Another ring. It's got these like, we can worry about the details of it later. Something like that. Can have like a citadel of some sort over here. Maybe beaming some light or something. I don't know. I gotta keep it a little bit below full masterpiece work, so I don't spend 8 hours on it. But you're already making me do a really fun scene, man. I don't know if I'm gonna not be able to have fun with this one. Definitely some neon lights I'm picturing on the side of these buildings or something. Well, actually, it's an underground city. Underwater city, not underground, sorry. Like, did I say underground? I kept saying underground, wasn't I? Let's see. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna switch to gouache. Get my little flat brush here. I think I want to add a littler flat brush to my watercolor. See what this one is? Oh, that one could do. Start taking some of this white here. Have to make my own ocean colors now. Give this color a little test. Okay. Darker than I thought it was going to be. But we can work with that. Let's see. I want to kind of establish like a sort of structure style, you know what I mean? Keeping in mind a little bit of fisheye here. I'm not sure I like this brush. Going a little bit whiter, actually. There we go. This is the blue I think I needed to start with here. I kind of want to make this look like, and sort of like industrial looking structures over here. Just kind of suddenly hit me. Like, this just looks like some sort of thing that's not. Maybe that can be the futuristicness to it. Slowly sculpt this from Blobland. Trying to make kind of just the faintest bit of detail going on. You know what I mean? I do want it to look structural. Structural. Can't say that word right now. The faintest bridge going across back there. You know what I mean? Maybe like even something else. Can't really tell what it is, but it's over there. Okay. Gouache is very similar to acrylic. It just I feel like it waters out a bit faster. Okay. Gonna continue with this building here. Say we got like another dome sort of house here. And I feel like this could be a structure. Keep messing up not doing my 3-point. Oh, it's fine. I'm close to the center here, but I gotta start abiding by that vanishing point as I move from the center. So I'm trying to really, I gotta pump up the blue here, the blue factor. In the sense of atmosphere. Trying to like tell myself a story about this place. Like what was the story of this race, Oz? I need help here. Are you there, Oz? This is ultimately to my buddy Oz. I don't know if he's still in chat. He's working on a high fantasy book, and basically I was out of ideas in chat today, so I was like, "What's one of the places you have like one of the biomes?" And he was like, "Well, one's is an underwater city." So I was drawing the underwater city. But is there any kind of backstory to the people, or what they were like? I think I need to get a sharper brush here, guys. This brush is like a grass brush. Okay. Gonna start bringing in some perspective here. Are they like, do they breathe water, or do they breathe air and use technology to live under the water? You know what I mean? I feel like that's a difference, you know? It's a big cultural difference. Technological difference, because if you can breathe underwater, then there's a lot of stuff you don't have to worry about inventing. Trying to find a flat brush. Guess I've run out of flat brushes that are like sharp and small. Looks like I know what I gotta buy next. I guess I'll do a round brush. See how this one will do. This one seems a bit better here. Okay. So I'm kind of just... I decided on this one. I'm not going to draw it all out first. So I'm just sculpting these little sort of... So the way I'm kind of picturing this city is you got like a lot of layers to it. It's like this is like a bridge, but like way below here underneath, you have all little buildings and stuff. You know what I mean? And structures. And this one needs to be... Well, that one's actually, it's kind of facing us directly the way I set that up. So I kind of locked myself into that. I got to create a little bit more of this oceany blue here, quick. This brush seems to be like it'll do me good. Yep. So it's the slightest bit of yellow, and then I'm adding white. I did a wash first with the watercolor, but I've switched over to pure gouache at this point. I just want to see how it comes out. Just want to try the pure gouache once and for all. Sorry if my head gets cut off. I can't get the cameras perfect. Let's see. So here, and then establish this line. Oop, without rubbing my hand through the paint. I guess why would you need a bridge if you can swim, right? But I guess if you have spacesuits, then it's a new area that I'm working on. I don't have much detail, but picture old world races, elves type races, meets future. Okay. All right. I'll start running with that. So these elves, and I'm gonna run with it to just help me draw. I'm not gonna say this is your story, but I feel like these elves were forced underwater because of the turmoil of the real world. Once land creatures, now sea creatures, for the most part. I mean, above land there's some left in caves, hiding out. Some of the lucky ones that had the means to survive the toxicity of the New World. But they found that they could create their own air conversion towers. They found that they could convert water to breathing air indefinitely. And I say we showcase this conversion tower here. And I'm picturing a sort of like, almost like, oh, this is would be bending this way. I almost picture like a turbine here in the middle or some sort. like eventually turbine in the middle of it. It's sort of like these, maybe like it goes with the drafts or the currents. And this will be cut off by the town hall, which I haven't drawn. I'm calling it the town hall. It doesn't have to be the town hall, but it's gonna be like the main fancy building of the place. And I have this 3-point leaning a little too much, so I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna kind of erase that. Add some water. Because what I did was basically I drew my guidelines, and then the first building I drew, I made it less of a 3-point. Not too much less, but it's just gonna be more like this. And this is the beauty of paint. We can just go over it no matter what. Just more like that. I'll even get the pencil and I'll do like a... There's like my real 3 points now. More like that. We'll cover those up with paint. So, trying again here. It's gonna be entirely a cliff. So that's colored in anyway. Trying to relighten this so I can just draw over it again. Tower will be here. Okay. I'll sculpt it out of that. Gotta create a little more of this ocean blue again. So right now on my palette, you can't see it's off to the side. I have just blue, white, and yellow. That's what I'm using right now. And I'm gonna... It's pretty much like... It's gonna be pretty monochromatic-ish. Because water's so thick and dense to light that... it's a lot of blue influence. I feel like some fish swimming around and shit at some point will really bring it home, you know? Okay. So, let's see, darken it a little over here. Grab my darker blue. Is it dark? It's dark. Okay, so with way less 3-point here, more like this. Try my little idea I had going again, sort of like that. Maybe a little bit darker even. And draw it out to there. Trying to think of some sort of have like these water sucking vents on it. I have like these crazy pipes. That'll be a pipe. I like that tech that strikes somewhere between alien technology and mechanics, you know what I mean? And maybe I'm not doing the angle of this justice. Because really that's... should be going that way a little bit. But so slightly. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. Challenging to just design like a whole culture and style, because that's really like what a city is, you know. It's like the expression of its inhabitants. So it's one thing to like make up a bunch of buildings, but it's like why why are they building the shit like this? I feel like this could be another... maybe this can have like a sort of picturing like more bridges and stuff, waterways or whatever. That, and then this one, so you have like these because I mean you can't beat arches. Arches are very structurally sound. Ancient technology is future technology. I don't like how far this one came out, actually. It's gonna be more... I feel like this could just be another... building here that bridge is going to, and we're right in the center here, so that building can be straight up and down. But I just want to abide by this 3-point I have going on here. Oh man, running out of coffee already. What's the common enemy, Alice? Are they fighting against the Naga? Just kidding. I like the way gouache mixes. It's like it has a lot of pigment. Like I'm used to yellow being really weak when it comes to like adding anything to anything, and it's like the yellow is strong. Very strong influencing yellow. Just because I read up on gouache that apparently the actual size of the particles of pigment is larger in gouache. Apparently they grind it at a coarser size. So I got this side. I feel like another maybe cool pipe juts out there, comes down, and now we're cut off by this bridge. Okay. Kind of getting a little bit of city perspective going on here. Okay. And you know what? This bridge can just, yeah, you know, it just goes right by that, like that water filter tower is gonna be behind it. See how far I can get with this blue. And I said that there was another tower here. We could do another tower here. Small one. Because I have to like fix this bridge I did. I mean, not technically, because I can go over it with paint, but, you know, just to save myself time. I'm just gonna kind of roll with the happy accidents. Speaking of happy accidents, discount code at my art store, planetjokum.com, till May 20th. If you type in happy accident at checkout, 10% off any order. Just saying. It's a new website, lots of different options. And I believe this will be an archway too. Just do that, one big archway. And the way I can bring that out is do this. Yep, this brush ended up doing good for me. Just sculpt the rest. I just gotta bring back this opening here. Easy to add. Too much water. I'm learning with this stuff. Okay. And that's the bridge there. Then palette mixing off to the side here. I used to have a palette camera, but I decided it ended up always taking up way too much of the stream area, screen, whatever you want to call it. Just kind of getting this old gouache here, using it to lighten up the blue. I'm kind of letting some of these greens show so that tells our brain it's aqua. Green and blue together is aqua colors. Okay, so I was trying to get this dark color so I could do this tower here. Just want to show that it's passing through the arc, you know what I mean? Like that. There we go. Now, let's see, what do I want to do with here? What do I want to do here? Grab a lighter color. and sort of I feel like this can be like half cliffs, underwater cliffs, and half structure. So I have like a structure here. And it's leaning the wrong way. It's gonna be more like that. Have the tower going up off of it, maybe. And I'll tighten up all these edges eventually. It's not light enough. There we go. So, still trying to get the light I'm looking for. There we go. That's kind of the color it should have been. Sort of mid-ground cliff, if you know what I mean. Mine into some of this white in my palette here. I love that this paint never dries though. That's the best part about it, or permanently dries rather. Because like one thing that happens with acrylics is you your palette dries up. Then you gotta remix it, you know? Oh, nice. I think it just started raining. I may have to open the windows for the vibes, you know? I like those rainy day vibes. I don't know about y'all, but one of my favorite vibes. Can we get like an edge here? It's getting caught by the sun. Be another one of our buildings here. Kind of liking this sort of round shape I got going on with some of these buildings. Gonna kind of stick with that style. And basically I didn't quite. Oh no, I did. It's okay. It's the old line that's messing with my head. Okay. Maybe this one has some sort of like has like a pipe going into the rock. And it's a bit too out of perspective here. Just gonna flatten that curve a little bit so it's more like that. Underwater city. It was a good idea, Oz. It was a good idea. I feel like the body of this tower could be a bit thinner. I see another pipe. Coming out the side of it like that. A sort of like connector on it. Silhouette of one anyway. I feel like where there's water, there's like pipes. Giant pipes. It's really helped to do a lot of trial and error, like fisheye drawings. Because there's so many ways to twist and bend the vanishing points. And I'm discovering that there's a sort of like sweet spot that isn't like doesn't lack distortion entirely, but has just enough. Another one of those vents on the side of it there. I picture another one of those vents here as well. Calling them vents. I don't really know what they are. And the question is, what's the top of this tower gonna look like? I feel like it would be cool to have a sort of like energy core situation, you know what I mean? And there's another just rolling with it. No idea how it's gonna end up. But I at least want to do my best. I'll get to making that glowing. I think it's gonna be like glowing energy cores. Continuing to just a little bit of darker blue now. Starting to tap into the foreground a little bit. Get some of that sculpted out. So, got a bridge here. And I feel like that could have been darker. Let's see. Oops. Let's try this. Yeah, that's dark. So I want to establish this edge here. Make sure my brush has like a sort of flat edge to it. It's not as good as a flat edge. It's like a flat round brush or something. I think a flat edge brush is my favorite for doing lines. Even a round brush to me, unless the lines have to be like really small. Flat brush is my favorite. This one's been good for like sketching though. Loses water a bit fast, but it's all good. Ooh, I like this one so far. Nice. Thank you. Glad you like it. A lot to flesh out still. I got the overall scape down now, but it's still kind of a monochromatic, but it's gonna mostly be that anyway because underwater, that's why. Definitely have a lot of your favorite colors in it though. I know you're an oceany teal kind of person. So maybe archways are a little old-fashioned, but heck, it's a marriage of the future and the past, right? So let's see if I can draw this line. Almost, until my hand hit the palette off camera here. Continue it out anyway. Something like that. I'm already liking my decision to just do pure paint. Actually, what's cool about gouache that I'm not a master of yet is there's this like sweet spot where the brush gets dry and it drags these like beautiful textures out. You look at a really good gouache artist, the detail they get out in those textures is just amazing. Okay, so gonna up the dark one more tad. Toss some yellow in there. And let's see, hitting that line there. Have this bridge. I know it's not how I originally sculpted it, but the perspective kind of changed on me. That's the thing with grids, you kind of set out to lay something out in perspective, and it kind of depends on a lot of the things you do on the way there, and can change a lot depending on a lot of things. A lot of the time, the first object you place down is the one that determines the perspective. Like, often I'll think I'm doing a certain perspective, and then I'll draw the first object on it, and next thing I know, I'm doing a different perspective than I planned. Rolling with the punches. I'm not sure how, like this isn't just gonna be square, but I just want to get like the overall size here. I think we can still have the arch. Just barely in shot. I forgot about the time change. Yes, it's 9 a.m. Central, but welcome. Good to see you. Good morning. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Today, the almighty Oz has decided it's going to be an underwater city. So that's what we were painting. An underwater city. Run by elves that were casted away from their land to the sea due to conflict and toxicity of the air. And so the story I've invented while painting this is they have these water conversion towers that they bring under and create air with to breathe with. And the arch can just barely be there like that, I guess. And if it looks wrong, I can just paint it out later. Okay. So, grab some of this. See, like that line? I was able to like reactivate it and kind of get rid of it with water. So it's fun with gouache. The reactivation. Almost done with the, I would still consider myself sketching with the paint right now. I'm not digging in to the detail yet. Oops. Almost did a lethal drip. Just kind of got drawn back to this tower here. I want to finish. Picture maybe bringing these out like that. On the fly here, making it up as we go. And I don't want to spend 8 hours this time, because I gotta move on to other things, but take it as far as we can. I say the streams are gonna go till 11, but maybe we can make like the late cutoff time, like 1. I don't want to paint too far past 1. Okay, so the curve of this thing is still eh. So I'm just getting my super light blue here. Painting some structures way back here. And what was that? What was I doing here? Was this land? Sculpt that back out with the lighter blue. Yeah, whatever, I'll fill this in. Feeling like this is another cliff, kind of. Okay, last thing I'm gonna do, so I can get like the visual going in my head here, is this thing. So I think it'll look similar to this thing. You know, this is like a faraway version of it. So that said, I think there'll be, I want to overlap this guy. Go a little bit darker here. So this will be curving. A little more round. Down to about there, maybe? And then something like that. Okay, like some sort of got a little water, get a little watery there on me. Hold on. I'm gonna grab a paper towel and just dab that quick. May have to go to the bathroom here in a minute. But no worries, I will be back. Just trying to get the overall shapes here. I feel like it would have sort of another so I will have to go back and figure out those pencil lines, but it's okay. So yeah, I feel like that's gonna be the bottom of the door. Otherwise, it won't really make sense continuity-wise perspective for the ones in the distance. think I'm gonna add some wildlife. But I'm not gonna do like the hero standing there this time. I don't want to be too redundant with that, you know? Maybe there can be one in the distance. So I'm just painting back over. What's cool about this gouache too is that it's like it stays flat on the paper for the most part, because when you like blend, the fact that it reactivates like flattens it out, gets rid of all those like little crumbs that can happen. I already like how I get 10 times the time to use my palette too. And that's not quite right yet, but I'll get to it. Guess I'll keep running with this color. Actually, I'm gonna go a bit darker. Somewhere around here. Get that line. Now, I am painting this over here in blue, but I think eventually I'll bring it to like a more local color. Just want to see how much the gouache retains watercolor properties. In the sense that like I wonder if it'll be worth it, because I'll get those natural blending tendencies of watercolor. Maybe I won't, but that's why I'm learning. See, like right there was a crumb, and then it just vanished because of the water. It's nice. Something I've noticed about gouache is it doesn't go quite as far. I think I can make these some sort of tiles, like really straight tiles. It'll give it that sort of tech feel, but like ancient tech. I'm allowing for like some texture variation to happen. It almost like gouache almost looks like marker. Almost looks like marker. I'm going to have to let this dry. So when that dries, while this is drying, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and refill my coffee, and I will be back. You can get, yeah, it's literally like you can get it to this consistency that feels exactly like marker. At least with this brush, the way this brush feels to draw with it. Not concerned with like the fanciness of the railings and stuff yet. I'm gonna sculpt that out at some point. By the way, Stephanie, if you want, today is the official grand opening of my online store, all revamped and set up, and Willowwood is on there for you. I know you said you wanted to get another copy of it, so there's many different shapes and sizes of Willowwood that you can get, and be sure to use the discount code that's available till May 20th. Happy Accident. On the checkout screen, like you usually would type in a discount code, there'll be a place to type that in, and you press apply. Should give you that 10%. And by the way, anyone, I didn't put the note yet on my website, but shipping is included in the prices. Materials and shipping. So it's like if you buy a print with a wooden frame around it, and it's big, like it's gonna include the cost of like what I'm making, what the cost to make the frame, to ship the frame, all in one cost, but it's not gonna show it until you get your invoice. It won't show the like, it'll just be all one price, and you'll see it'll say shipping included in price, and it's the only option you can pick. But it's just because of the way my website is set up with my printing company. I do the shipping options through the third-party company, and I do economy shipping, pretty much the economy choice, so that we all can save money. The expensive overnights shipping is just too much, it seemed, and unnecessary. So I love that you're starting with shades of blue instead of black and gray. Pen and ink. Yeah, this painting I decided to just go right into the paint rather than draw it out, so it's gonna be more of a painterly looking one than a sort of comic looking one. Oh, I'll check that out for sure. Yeah, thank you. Let me know what you think. It's also, the shop is directly connected to my Instagram and my Facebook now, so that's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure you can like go on my Facebook page or my Instagram page, and there'll be like a shop button now, and then like you can actually go right from my website or the checkout page, or somewhere close to the checkout page. Making some darker blue here. I've got a bit too teal on me there. The gouache is powerful. The yellow. Ah, there we go. I want a little bit of green to kind of glimpse in there, like just barely be showing, but there we go. I think the darker and more saturated we get towards the foreground, that's when I'll add more of the green into the blue, the teals. I will let my friend Mariah know as well, because I know she wants another one of your paintings. Yeah, should all be up and running. I did a test order of the other day. Should be shipping to me by May 5th, so I think it's Takes a couple weeks, which is fine. I mean, that's average. And if you look up top too when you get there, you'll see like on-demand prints, originals, and then limited prints. And the limited prints are the ones I still have at my house. Like Mariah, that was one that she bought. One of the limited prints that I have. Limited meaning it's just ones I have on stock, hand signed, at my house physically that I bring to the mail room and ship out. I was just fixing my green screen there. All right. Yeah, you know, the dreaded green screen. Every time. It's a bit darker. There we go. Just kind of sculpting out some ideas for the trim here and the way it's kind of built. Maybe the pipes, the infrastructure of this place is built into the structures themselves. I'm gonna at least carry the theme of this railing here. I'm just gonna darken it for now. Give it some texture. Yeah, it's like marker paint. I like it. I think it looks like marker because it's so matte too. That's the other thing I love about gouache. I like matte finishes because you never get that glare from the window that like changes the color when you're looking at it. I mean, there are benefits to gloss. I'm not saying I don't like gloss, but I like matte better. Anyway, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my coffee. Be about like 3-5 minutes. I'm going to toss up a video here, and thank you all for hanging out thus far. See you in a minute. Hey, thanks for sticking around. I was able to somewhat get a little bit rid of the shadow from the phone. It was like over this door thing here. I had to move it a little bit, trying to get it back. There we go. That's good enough for me. Okay. There's that brush. Oh. Couldn't find it. Blended right in. Okay, I'm just gonna keep diving right into designing. I love this. You can just put water on your palette and it turns right back on. It was completely dry when I came back. It's the best. And still just as opaque. Look at that. Do a larger gouache painting. See how that turns out. Do people do gouache on canvas, or is it usually on paper? Something I don't know. Gotta look up. Could probably do. I mean, it's paint. I'm sure it would go on canvas just fine. I don't see why not. Probably just won't have some of the markery kind of textures that are happening. See if I can grab a lighter blue I had going over here quick and just fill this pure whiteness. I'm scared of my next Zelda stream because it's the water temple. It's time to do the water temple, and I know I'm gonna be stuck on that one probably for a while. Alright. Gotta fill in these cliffs over here. But then again, you know, I was 6 years old the last time I beat the game pretty much, so. Even then you can water down gouache in it. Acts like watercolor. Very similar. It's a little more cloudy. Like, I guess that's the one thing about watercolor is like if you have, like, say, pen and ink on the paper and you paint over it, it's like crystal clear and like you like maintain the pen. But when you paint over it with gouache, it'll like make the pen lines cloudy, basically. So I'm just kind of fixing the edge of some things here, like this pipe. It is kind of looking cool monochromatic, huh? Could almost just like run with it like this. Be a bit darker over here because our light source is coming from back here. Challenging idea, Oz. It's really got my brain going. Underwater. It's not a place that we are often in life. So, I don't have much immediate mental reference for... I mean, there are people that, you know, scuba divers, and there are people that are in it a lot. But as far as like an underwater landscape, I can't say that I have seen many of those with my own eyes in real life. And I personally think it's important to see things with your own eyes when it comes to drawing, because there's like different layers of information that I take in, I think, when I'm looking at something in person, that I don't get when I'm looking at a photograph of the same thing. You kind of get the energy of the place, the hustle and bustle. You know, like if you're standing in a bar, there's something about everyone talking and the whole scene that helps draw, kind of, and bring that sort of life into the drawing, I guess. So highlights will make my values aren't strong yet. I'm gonna strengthen that up. Just kind of sketching the blue first. Like, stuff back here has to be much darker. Much darker. Eventually, though. Not right away. Pretty happy with that. That's too square of a cliff. It's gonna be a little more. Oops. Do a faint line. Kind of have these bridges in the back vanishing off, you know? Kind of want it to be a busy city. Lots of buildings. Ever so slightly darker color here if I can grab it. And bring this out. I'll say one thing that's different from acrylic and watercolors too is the way it feels to mix paints is different. I guess it's different in the way that the pigments and the rate in which colors change is different, if that makes sense. Okay. Gonna kind of finish some of the detail in the background here before I move on, because I can really start placing in it's like a big old pipe. Maybe this could be like giant pipe, you know? Giant pipe like that. I'm constantly trying to make subtly different blues, but as far as value goes, I'm trying to keep the value, like the light and darks, the same. foreground, midground, background wise. Okay, time to get the rest of this building here. Get some, a little more of that turquoise talking, as in putting green, adding green to the blue. Okay. And let me think, how does this look? How does this attach? I feel like it could be cool if there was these sort of brackets that happened, right? So there's like these sort of things that pop out. Then it goes in, and then it goes up, and then this will go in perspective again. Like that, you know? There'll be another one here. And let me see, am I checking that right? If I was vanishing here, hit this line. Yeah, it's pretty much, it's close enough anyway, where the eye, yeah, you can get the ruler out and be perfect draftsman. But generally, if it's close enough, it's fine. So I'm trying to just get a slightly darker blue just to see it for now, so I don't forget. Sometimes it's easy to forget the details. So sort of like a little bracket thing, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if bracket would be the right word. And then another one would be here. So if I followed this line, the other one would be like here. Gotta make sure it's converging. Hit the lip, hits the lip here. I guess, yeah, we'd see it a little bit. You'd see a little bit like that. Not as much. Make sure that's converging. And that was intended to be. And in this case, this one might be actually brighter. Still basically sculpting it out, but if I have enough base to it, then the details should just kind of happen. And so there's a bracket, and then there's the other dome. This has to have way more of an arc on it, I think. Or at least as I color it in. Go with the flow of the grain. I haven't decided of like the details. I'm gonna rub this line out here with water. Just kind of reposition the pigment. Try to establish some arc in get some of this lighter blue here. would be really fun to go in and really design this place, you know? Like when it comes to inventing all the buildings and see if I can finish this by 1 o'clock. So in this case, this side will be highlighted, I'd say. Hey, thanks, man. I'm thinking I should have like some long strands of kelp. I love this. Shocking, I know. No, I mean, I never know what people are gonna think. Okay, I think I can start sneaking in some real local color now, but I want to fill in over here on the bottom. I feel like maybe the same sort of brackets can be here too. Yeah. This bracket will be facing us. And then there can be another. Perspective's tight right there. Actually, it would just be straight. We're looking at it head on pretty much because of the way it's rounded. It faces it toward us eventually. Oh no, the green screen. I haven't noticed, sorry. Excuse me. At least unlike when I'm gaming and the green screen messes up, it doesn't like cover the game with a horrible green cube. At least I'm off the painting with this setup. Alright. That's all done back there. That's pretty much a done area of the painting for the most part because that's as much detail as I want to allow. This edge just needed to be fixed. Okay, this stuff just needs to be like this wasn't done. I guess I'm just adding some weird structural details. Thank you so much for sharing the stream, Steph. Appreciate it. And I did say this was a giant pipe, so I'm adding like the connectors. And I'll have a highlight on this thing. And over here. Not really sure what it is, but I'm just making a shape anyway. Cut that out. I don't want to make it too exact back here. I want to make like room for your brain to be like, what's that? Hey, Moon, what's going on? Welcome. Good morning. Glad to see you here. Painting of the Day, episode 2. By the way, my website is officially up and running, the new one. And there's a discount code running till May 20th. Happy Accident at checkout. 10% off. Any print, any original. Just announcing that to anyone that hops in because it's new as of today and Facebook didn't really do a good job of getting my post out there. So, yeah. But that's typical. Very typical. Oh, man. I'm still feeling pretty sleepy. Oh, it's up late. Okay. I think I want to round out this arc a little bit here. That. Okay. I love it. I can use every last bit of paint because it reactivates. It's the best. If you want to see my palette, that's what it looks like right now. So I've been grabbing little dabs of water, and there's my dark blue spot over there. Just this door needs some more sculptage. What's the city called, Oz? What's the name of the city? Totally improvising. I don't have how I want these doors or buildings to look worked out at all. By the way, for those of you just seeing now, it's Oz's idea to do an underground, I keep saying underground, underwater city. So, we are attempting an underwater city. I need to bring that back. That's not what I wanted to happen. A little bit of white gouache in the corner here. So, stealing that. Actually kind of like holding the palette near me a little bit. It's kind of better. Till my hand gets tired anyway. Why I don't hold the palette. See, this is why I love paint. Just go right back to the color you were at. No problem. Okay, so I'm trying to decide. What's this door? How does it open? What technology opens this door? Archway is not in perspective. So let me fix that quick. I believe it's because of this right here. There we go. I'll get the light color again. And this painting today will be on the website by tomorrow. Usually by well before then. Should be in there tonight. Sometimes it takes an hour for like the catalog to update. Bluetropolis. Yes. Alright, well, I gotta squeeze more blue out onto my palette. And more white. Gouache is very expensive. I can see why. It's good paint. It's just like, the color is great. I'm a new fan of high pigment, large pigment pieces, whatever you want to call them. Okay, so I'm gonna darken in this corner here. Broke my green screen again. Dang. That didn't last long that time, did it? My hat's green too, so that's why it keeps looking a little bit weird. I'm gonna change up the music. I think I've gotten through this playlist a couple times now. I know it's real quiet in the background. Kind of want it to be that way. Let's see. The music app I have it's built right into the stream software. Oh, I guess I'll do this one again for now. Alright, where was I? Make it more blue, that's right. Okay. Yeah, it's about the color I had. How do the people get around scuba gear underwater cars? Well, I was thinking they have some sort of like futuristic suit on. That's like weighted, that allows them to walk around. Or we could take it a step further and say that they are magical elves and they cast water breathing spells on themselves. How about that? They dabble in the arts of alteration. Just color that in for now. And we shall be ready to fill in the rest here. Okay. By the way, it's currently in the works and will be probably for quite some time. But I think I was saying this last stream, but for just in case anyone else is hanging out, you're gonna start putting together like art lessons, tutorials, tricks, and make them available to members of my website. And other things that members will get are permanent discounts. So like anytime you buy art, you'll have membership discount, all orders. Also a list of all the art supplies that I use. So if you're curious to like the products I pick, and let me tell you, I've definitely tested and proven different products over the years. Like I've gone through a lot of different ones that are bad and a lot of different ones that are good, and I've definitely decided on some of the things that I like. So if anyone wants to know what I use, like stuff like that, you know, just like detailed stuff that takes a lot of work to put together. And just thought it would be cool to start building a sort of education side to my channel and my page. Also, you know, members will have things like first access to originals, things like that. I don't know how far I'm gonna go with it. There's so many things to set up. Like I can have a Discord server, but I don't know how necessary that is. I want to pump out more art than I want to do social mediaing. Back to work. Love the piece so far. Hey, well, hope work goes well. I'll see you around. Thanks for coming in. Hopping in for a minute. How do I become a member? You can't yet, but eventually the way it'll go down is you'll just go to planetjokum.com and sign up. And there'll be like a tier. So like 3 tiers, you know. Like $5 a month, $10 a month, $15 a month kind of thing. Maybe $1, $5, $10, $1 a month, $5 a month, $10 a month. And rewards increasing per tier kind of thing. But it'll be a page that will be on my website eventually that is not yet set up, but will be. I'm gonna grab some. Actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna grab, let's see, what's this? I think it's called sepia. Yeah, it's a brown, but I think the color is just, it's straight up called sepia. So what I was going to do is I was going to bring in some black, or Earl Grey, which is basically white and black with blue, and instead bring in the brown, and that'll bring some red in there. Start changing it up. It'll still have a lot of green, a lot of teal, but I want to see if I can get a cool shade color here. There we go. Something like that. We're already at 2.5 hours. Wow. I'm well past 11. Going on 11:30. Goes by quick. Also, I didn't realize I entered in my stream schedule on Facebook because they give you like a feature for it, and it like does a countdown for me. I was like setting up and I didn't realize it was like counting down to everybody. I was like, oh god, better not mess it up. I had a glitch too. For some reason the stream wouldn't start. Got nervous for a second, which reminds me, I sent an inquiry to customer service and they probably have answered me, and I haven't answered back. Oops. Forgot I did that. Trying to make sure to draw these texture lines down. Except just for this line here so I can establish it first. Unlike the other drawing, I made my 3-point much less harsh in this one. Wanted to bring a bit more realism into the way you look into the world. Don't want these to be so obvious though. Get a little more of this brown, need a little bit more water. A little more blue, a little more yellow. A little more white. Brown. Oops, grabbed the wrong brown. So you can see on the palette what's happening. I take that brown from here. And I'm just kind of taking this blue and a little bit of this yellow. Constantly adding water, but specific amounts that are kind of hard to portray through the stream. Basically, I guess one way to show you how I'm doing the water is the amount I'm doing is like if you only dip your bristles in, so like don't even go past the bristles, the amount of water that your bristles pick up alone. So you think it's like it's like there's a tendency to like dip the whole brush into the water and past the metal, right? Like past this part. But it's just however much water picks up when just that much of the brush goes in. I'd say is like a good amount. I'm gonna go a little bit darker. I understand color more and more the more and more I paint, but I swear that like every time I do a new painting, it's still this like discovery process. Oh man. So there's gonna be a couple details I'm gonna have to throw in this thing that are gonna make it seem more underwater. Like maybe some bubbles. I was thinking like a school of fish could be swimming by. And there's like bubbles coming out of their mouth or something. Because originally I was going to do a sort of ceiling where you can see the water. And I still could. But my perspective didn't make us look up as much on this one. So, yeah. Well, that's much darker than I intended it to be. I'm gonna start using this dark brown color to really, well, it's actually like it's a blue-gray, but we used brown to get there, so it's dabbling in the world of red slightly. Gotta start being a little more line cautious. This is where I could probably switch to a smaller brush, but I'm just gonna go for it anyway. I didn't mean to put that much white there, but it happened. I find the color mixing of watercolor and gouache to be much more soft. I like it. I feel like that a lot of the things are gonna be round because in structures that are underwater, the rounder they are, the stronger they are because of the way water presses from all angles. So naturally, the architecture of an underwater city, I think, would be bubbly and roundish in nature. I think this one's still leaning a bit much, but it is true to the perspective. If I carry out my 3 here with my paintbrush, so in the center, that's where stuff is straight up and down, and as I start going, this is more of the 3 down here. Lines up pretty good with that. Pretty good there. Pretty good there. A little off, So maybe my 3 is a little bit farther than I thought. It's like more like here. Yeah. This tower isn't leaning enough, but I did that on purpose because sometimes you gotta break the rule a little bit to make things not look too bendy. But over here, I'm distorting it a little more drastically, but that's fine. Just gotta stay true to that 3. Alright, let's start putting in these darks here. Just gonna keep moving. Okay, so here's where I'm probably gonna have to have a smaller brush. Just let those be in ambiguous shapes for now, till I figure them out. Every time I hear this tune, I think of Rayman 2. And Rayman 2, for those of you who don't know, was a Nintendo 64 game. Maybe trying to decide on like a railing design. Do something like that. Got a little wavy at the end there. Oops. Basically, because we're being painterly, I'm not actually drawing those lines. I just wanted to kind of mark them first before I filled it in. Maybe someday when I get better at painting, I won't have to layer as slowly. I can go right for darker darks and lighter lights, but style. I feel like that's not the color of that. That's gonna be more like this because it's facing up. I don't want it to be colored trim. Nope. Need more water. Picturing it being round. Giving it that little shine. I realized that when the paint is wet, it looks like a glare to y'all. You can see if I block the light. See that? That's really what it is right there. But until it dries, you won't see that. It's always amazing me to how just one line can totally change the depth and detail in your work. Yeah. Lines are powerful. I think one thing I've been learning in art these days is just that less is more, as long as it's placed well, you know what I mean? Oh, I didn't realize the music stopped. I guess the playlist ran out. I didn't have it on shuffle or whatever. Oh, man. No, it won't load for me. Nice. Y'all still there? Did I lose you? And there goes the green screen. Alright, let's go back to what's going on here. Something's glitched out about my music service right now. Okay, now it's working. Sorry. Okay. And now I gotta fix the green screen. Maybe this is why the painting took 8 hours, because I had to fix the green screen 19 times. There we go. Okay. And this color I'm using is a sort of blackened teal. I want to bring out the sort of shadow under this, because we are underwater, but not so far underwater. Like, this city is kind of like just under the surface. Okay, it's not and just under the surface meaning like hundreds and hundreds of feet, you know. Still some sunlight casting down. It's been fun getting back into some crazy worlds again. It's where I started in art, and it's probably where I'll end in art, but just love those weird, crazy worlds. So When Oz said underwater city, I was in. Yeah, I kind of like the texture that's happening here. Okay. What do I want to do? Okay, go a little bit lighter. A little bit less saturated. And we add the same details here. Need to go a bit darker, actually. Oops. Somewhere around here, probably. I should do it. Another thing that I've noticed the difference of between watercolor and acrylic is the feathering. So like when you're trying to like feather this edge, it works totally different. It doesn't feather quite the same. And something I'm still bad at is and the way you do it is you have to get it in one line, like one try, a quick stroke, and that's what gives it its faded edges. And now I'm messing up this line only on one side because I initially messed it up as I started it, but I realized I could keep one edge to it okay, so I just committed to that edge, and I'm just gonna come back now with, yeah, I even went too high on that edge right there, but I'm gonna come back with lighter color now. Not quite. Gouache, it's almost like you're painting with like milk. It's like milk with flour in it. It's like what gouache feels like. It's probably more the railing color if I was being honest. I went too white. Okay, here's what I gotta do now. I gotta make more blue anyway. Might as well let you watch. This is sometimes what I'm doing off to the side for a minute until I find the color. It was roughly around there. And now that was too dark. I miss my trusty hair dryer. Very useful. When you want things to just dry real quick. I'm gonna let some of that texture happen in the gouache. See how it looks. I'm gonna do that by dragging my brush till it's dry, and then continue to drag it so that it sort of skips. And in that moment of skipping is where the magic happens. The happy accidents. Ran out of water. Getting there. Gouache dried up, no problem, just add water. And you are set. Trying to sort of establish the cliff here. Okay. Fixing things up. I'm gonna come over here and get this pipe to pop out again. But I'm gonna continue with the road here for a second. I think I'm gonna have to officially switch to a tinier brush here. Let's use this one. Oh, almost dropped a brush full of paint on it. little more water and a little more blue and a little more. Okay, it wasn't opaque enough. Huh. Okay, so I realized a mistake I've been making. I'll fix it in a second. Just realized it now. The house over here isn't overlapping. Hard to draw a line with these tiny brushes because if you don't have the consistency just right, just doesn't do anything. Doesn't drag more than a millimeter before it runs out. Drawing a long white opaque line. Just the color got a little too white, so I was just getting more blue in it. And I'll be fixing this line again with the darker blue. It's crazy. The tip of my brush is matching the painting so much that I can't see where it is at moments. Like exactly where it's gonna touch. You know what I mean? So this will be the general highlight color here. I think like drawing straight lines with paint is more about working up to a straight line than it is drawing one. I mean, if you get the straight line in the first go, great, all the better. But I find myself sort of like how when you paint a house, you get a cut in the trim. Doing that sort of a thing. All right. And this highlight, I believe, can be a little bit less white just because it's going over a darker surface, so. At least this will be the mid-tone color or whatever. Okay, what are we looking at? 12 o'clock. If I can finish this in an hour, that would be ideal. Just keep trucking. Trying to get this foreground to really pop. Going with the crazy bright highlights at some point. Feather that edge. Almost there. Ran out of paint right on that one little spot. There we go. Okay. Oh, what's that? A little puddle of water happened, huh? It wasn't quite color, was it? That was more the color of the other line right above it. Right here. Okay. Gonna draw this line now. Okay. Do the same thing. Run to the railing over here. Probably gonna finish this by 3 o'clock. That's what I'm guessing. It'll take me till almost like the feathering is one single stroke. It's the water that makes it all weird. But I guess that works out on accident there. It kind of made it look round, which I liked. These like pillars. Almost makes it look sort of rocky. You know what I mean? Okay, so I want to fix this blue here. I think this is it. So it's still blue. Pretty blue. See if I can, oops. Just trying to get this, oops. Way too much. Color mixing on my palette off to the left here. What does this look like? Still a bit too gray. Okay. Oh no. Still, okay. Still not quite. But I'm gonna roll with it. Just to kind of bring back continuity of this blue over here. I want to try some like tiles. Show you what I mean in a second. course, I'm asking for it because it's hard to draw lines paint like that. But I mean, that's like my texture. Be right back. I have to refill my drink. Be right back. 1 second. Oh, I like talking in my mouth as a desert. Be right back. Alright, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it. Gotta stay hydrated. One second, fixing something over here on the side. Okay. There we go. There's always something to tweak on the stream. Okay. That dried kind of nice. I'm gonna take white here. Actually, first, I'm gonna take a darker color and then I'm gonna do the white. I'll show you what I mean. So let's see, vanishing point. Messed that one up. Gotta be on the tip of the brush, but it's alright. I'll just fix it. Perspective can be weird. And sort of picturing that tile you'd see like ancient lexicon query shit. Like some crazy like library of the gods. Like what kind of floor would the library of the gods have? You know? Okay. And actually, it could be cool to just have that. Let me see. So the white edge on these tiles should bring it out. I'll show you. I didn't get enough. Can't see the tip of my brush. A little bit darker, actually. Slightly. That's good. Something like that. And just do this all the way down now. I kind of like that it's fading a little bit. I don't really want it to be like a perfect line. I also kind of want to have it, especially these ones here, not right on the edge of the dark line, like a little off of it. It kind of implies that the edge of the tile is beveled, sort of. I want to give the edge of the tiles like a sort of rounded feel, you know what I mean? So if I leave a little bit of that lighter blue on the other side of the white line, I messed it up there. And I'm probably going to come back with the in-between blue and touch up some of these lines, because didn't quite nail all of them. I think those are dry. I think I'm safe to rest my hand. There we go. Added some more water. And now I'm going to bring out the perspective a little bit by making the white line that's closest to us on the edge now, because we'll see the white line that's farthest from us the best in this case. Can't seem to get enough paint on my brush here. There we go. No, I don't have enough water. So for a total absolute beginner, what would you say is the best or easiest medium to start painting with? Well, I can't speak for oil because I just haven't really tried it. However, I can speak for acrylic. And watercolor and gouache. And I guess ink. I would count ink as a type of paint. And the difference between ink and watercolor is not so much how it looks, but how it dries and how you can't reactivate it. So if you put like watercolor across a piece of paper, you could like get water on it and kind of get it up again. But ink, it's like you have 1 second and then it's dry. But it generally kind of looks the same, sort of transparent look. Definitely acrylic, because it's very, how do I say it? It's more like linear, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't know, maybe linear is not the right word. It's easier to control. I'll put it that way. So I tend to I tend to get the colors that I set out for when I'm mixing more consistently than I do with watercolor, because of the way it sort of is always transparent, so you can never really get like the color that you picked. It's always going to be a combination of whatever you put on top of it. But acrylic, it's like you can keep picking the color and over again. And yeah, like you can do transparent acrylic and play. And that's the other thing, is you can kind of start learning watercolor techniques with acrylic because of the way that you can water it down and make it transparent. But the overall like opaqueness of it all the time is nice. And I think it's good for beginners, because when you make a mistake, I think the amount of times that you can go over it again with acrylic is a lot more than watercolor. Okay, so I'm going to reactivate this dark color I made on my palette over here. Well, it was. Gotten some white and water in it since then. Also, feathering is harder with watercolor than it is with acrylic. I think a lot of people say to go oil though too as a beginner, because the damn green screen. Some people say to go oil again as a beginner because the blending is easier. So like I'm used to it now, but apparently, like, the thing is, I didn't use oil first, so I didn't like have the experience of easier blending, and then moved to acrylic and was like, oh my god, they're right, it's way harder. But I'm just taking their word for it. But apparently it's hard, it's easier to like feather clouds and do really soft looking things with oil than it is with acrylic. Although in my opinion you can achieve the same result more or less lighting things than, like, what I mean by lighting things is like oil light bounces inside the paint and back out of it again to where acrylic is truly opaque. So a lot of people like oil because it has this more like glowy effect to it where the light's bouncing in and out of the paint. Um, it's more of a subtle thing that like I think if the painting's good enough in acrylic, you don't really miss it that much unless you're a true diehard art like critic or something. But like as far as like working with the paint, acrylics are brighter and the colors come out more saturated, so they're a little bit harder to dull down and they're a little bit harder to blend because they dry 100 times faster. So that's the only reason why oil is easier to blend, is because it stays wet. So the only really you gotta do to get the same blend effect with acrylic is to just work a little faster and keep the water on it. So like what I do is I have a little spray bottle, and as I'm blending sometimes I'll just keep the canvas wet, and it'll extend the life of the paint for another like 3, 4, 5 minutes, which is long enough to get it done. And just that. But you know, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like acrylic, I mean oil, because it takes longer to dry, it's easier to blend, right? But then when you need it to dry to move on, now you have to like wait a whole day. So that's the other reason I like acrylic, is, you know, if you want to like paint a sky, have it dry, start painting over it right away, you just have a hair dryer. It's dry in literally 30 seconds and you're already ready to put on the next layer. So overall, like for me, summing up all the pros and cons, I think acrylic wins. You know, I don't even mention like toxicity. With oil paints, you're going to be dealing with mineral spirits and real paint thinner. And the bases of the paint tend to be more toxic. So all reasons I like acrylic. Watercolor, I would say, is like my end game, especially married with gouache, because the gouache makes it sort of perform like acrylic, and I really like that. And the reason why I especially like watercolor and gouache is it's much easier to clean, it's very portable, and it's not as messy. Like I have this little palette here that I can take anywhere with me. It fits in my bag and it has all my watercolors. And you use way less paint with watercolors, that's the thing in gouache, because you can reactivate it, so you can just keep using the same blob of paint for a week. And that's why they come in much smaller tubes. So you use a lot more paint with acrylic as well. Because, you know, a lot of the time starting out when you're not like getting your colors first try all the time, your palette will dry out on you. And you'll have to like remix the paint over and over to keep finding the color again. I do extend the life of my acrylic palette all the time by just keeping a spray bottle nearby, and you can extend it by up to 2 hours. I've gone like an extra 2 hours on a palette when normally if you're not adding any more, it'll be dry in like 15 minutes. You know, just like as you're working on the palette, just give it 2 sprays. I use a it's a little hand sanitizer bottle that I got. Just emptied it out, and or when it ran out, I just converted it to water, and it's like the fine mist kind, and it's perfect. Because you don't want to add too much water, because then the acrylic starts breaking down and the pigment starts separating. So it's like this fine mist over the paint that I find to be just the right amount of water. And then you can get all these nice effects with it too. I know that was a long rant, but there's a lot to each medium, you know, that like you don't really notice until you use them for a while. It's like they don't really appear too different at first sight until you really paint with them for hours and hours. And you know, as far as I'm concerned, this thing's facing us too. I think I'm gonna get myself some basics and just go for it. Yeah. Start with cheap paint. That's what I did. Started with like the cheapest acrylic paint I could find. It doesn't cover as good, but it does the trick. I sold plenty of originals with that cheap paint. Like, the things you'll find with it is like uh the yellows won't be as strong, so you'll find yourself using a lot more yellow to brighten something, or to make something a blue green, if that makes sense. But other than that, it's not that much different. I actually have a shit ton of paint that I'm not going to use. Like, I wouldn't even mind shipping you some for free. And now I'm just adding the crack that's in between these two tiles. And some ambient occlusion. So right now I have the paint as inky as possible. When I send your crystal hunting original that you just bought, I'll also send you a pack of paint. And it's the same beginner paint that I used when I started out. And if you go on my website and you look at Volcanic Dreams, the original, that's still for sale, by the way, that you can get for 10% off. PlanetJokum.com right now. Happy Accident is a discount code. But that Volcanic Dreams was painted in that super cheapo paint, and it came out great. I remember just the orange in the lava. It took quite a bit of red and yellow to get it to like be bright on top of all that black. Not doing these lines good here. You can just take it as a token of my appreciation for all the paintings you've bought and all the hours you've spent watching my streams. Do not take it for granted, and I'm grateful. So the least I could do. I won't have to spend as much time on the details anywhere else as much as here, so I'm just diving into them. Trying to kind of show the roundness of the tiles a little bit. How they kind of dip and bevel into the floor. Because I think that nice smooth sort of bevel tile look is like, makes it seem futuristic for some reason. Now I gotta bring out shadow under here. Running out of water. How are we doing on time? Oh shit. So I'm attempting to make a shadow here. And it'll make more sense because I actually, in a second, because I have to come back and add another line while I drop my paintbrush. Oh. Reminds me, I brought a drink in and I never opened it. Good old bubbly water. Let's see. Make a little more of this blue here. Ran out of it, which is the blue that I'm making with the brown, the sepia. It's called. It's kind of like a custom watercolor color that I got just to see. A little bit of white. There it is. Probably it. Actually, no, that's not too dark. That's actually how dark it's got to be. So far, I've managed to not use black once. I'm giving it a nice soft look. Okay. Gotta try to draw this line. One sweeping blow without stopping as much as possible. It helps keep the line straight when you're using paint. Let's see if gouache is clearly easier to feather because it acts like acrylic anyway, so. Ain't feathering there quite how I want. I mean, I guess it's leaving a cool. I don't know. I don't have enough. It looks like a completely different color when it's glossy like that. Alright, the other thing I have to do that I'm meaning to do is this has to cut this off. That was just an accident earlier. I just haven't gotten around to fixing and building still isn't quite worked out yet. It's getting there. So I like almost got the color I had there before. I think I want to make these structures shiny at some point. Okay. Gotta bring in some darkness. This is where our darkest colors will be. Okay, now I gotta work out. Some of these details here. So basically just gotta copy this sort of, I was calling it a bracket earlier. Provide some architectural symmetry. This actually is gonna carry out to like here. Okay. Oof, that was dry. Trying to draw lines, tiny lines. Or it's more edges than it is lines. And it's clearly not same blue. Getting there. Gotta kind of remake some of this color. See if this matches. A little more blue, maybe. Or guess I did have a whole lot more blue than I thought I had. Gotta let that dry for a second right there in that spot. Just through my brush again. While it's drying, I'm gonna kind of hop around and get some of these structures more obvious. I think like some bubbles and like some fish swimming around will really tie it together. I'm just drawing out this line first because I know that it's gonna be part of it. Something like that. And this can be sort of like picturing like a band of windows, you know? Like a circular window place. So light coming from above and from off in the distance. So gotta keep that in mind. Okay. Got a little bit of that color from earlier. Got a little in the corner over here. I think it needs another pipe. Kind of want to imply that this cliff is closer. Can use this railing to really pop it out. I am going a bit dark, but I can always fix it. And I think the cliff. So I'm making a light distant blue again. And I'm hoping it'll be somewhat the same. That'll do fine. And a shade in between these two here. Really establish this call them. We can call them Coral Reef Towers, because I'm picturing this city sort of nestled in a little like valley made out of gigantic coral reef. And that was behind it, wasn't it? It is what I wanted to do. That's fine. I'll fix it. All we do is just get a darker blue and make it that building. Like this. I guess that wasn't much darker, was it? I'm gonna see what it does to contrast. Whoops. I'm gonna see what it does to contrast this building I've kind of put in front of it. Right here. Because maybe it's not necessarily darker or closer, but just you know, like a different color, local color. Carry out. Yeah, okay. Keep going with that. Kind of bring these two objects together because I'm kind of feeling like they're the same building, to be honest, these here. Keep that rounded. Sort of establish a little bit of a core shadow to this thing. I guess I'll draw it out and add the highlight because I don't want to lose the ideas of my initial edges that I liked. Okay. Now for this thing. Oops. Way too much yellow. That's gotten too dark on me. A little more white. A little more white even again. Okay, this may be the color. This may be it. Maybe. Don't know. Don't know until it's on the paper. And I want to bring out these vents. I don't want this to look like a inhabited building as much as I want it to look like a sort of giant machine. But I don't know if I'll pull it off. Thinking of these things as sort of the intake vents or whatever for the water. Okay. Cool. I'll keep going with that. Because I feel like I'm seeing these vents here too. It's below the horizon though, so now we're gonna see it curving that way. Basically do the same thing here. Okay. I actually want to take a little bit brighter of a color if I can find it. It's not quite the color I was looking for. It's too grayed out, but I'll roll with it now. It's gotta be more blue. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And I suppose that these can be a bit darker. Like I said, I have to come back and fix that railing edge. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Oh yeah, it's a little, that was an example of forgetting what I drew there for a second. A lot of it's letting your pencil flop around and then sort of make details out of the flopping. If that makes sense. Okay. So these are the mountains. I never filled them in. Steve wants to know where the sharks with the laser beams are. I think we could make that happen. That'd be kind of funny, huh? Not really sure where, like, my focal point is yet. Or what the focal point is. Could be a laser beam shark. You got my brain thinking about it now. Especially because I'm wondering if, like, the laser would help demonstrate that I'm under the water. Man, I just, like, suddenly got, like, super sleepy. So, get back to that in a second. Missed one leg here. Or whatever it is. I mean, earlier I was thinking about this being like a sort of energy core. So if I do sharks with laser beams, I might as well have Austin Powers riding one. Gold member. I don't know if that's too left field of a reference. Oh. Oh no, the green screen. All right. I think I need more coffee. I'd have to make it though. All right. Building up the contrast. Now I think what I could do, start coming in here with some of this white. It's not even bright enough for that. Can start sculpting some of the highlights on these. Sort of picturing it's not quite the color I was going for, but here we are now. Just gonna roll with it. Inventing these buildings kind of as I go. Trying to make it look city-ish. Get the highlights looking like they're making sense. Wouldn't be under there. Kind of stopped myself. Sun would be hitting it there. A little bit there. And also a little bit there. Okay, now like that, it's hard to blend for some reason. The gouache doesn't quite do it like acrylic. Quick finger dab seems to do the trick. It's drying much lighter, so, or darker. So I'll be able to come on with an even lighter highlighter color. Really bring it there, but I like starting somewhere. Okay. And this one. It's like that. Realized I had a wrong color. So just going back here to fix it. And it's right here. And it's still the wrong color. Uh, okay. No. Go. 1:30, half an hour over where I wanted to end. But I'm close. Alright. I think I can darken up. I think I'm gonna keep this overall monochromatic, because I just think it looks cool. Yeah. And that is all the reason I need. Just actually have to have that edge darker. Alright. Now I need to get more gouache. And actually, I have to go to the bathroom again. Coffee's going right through me. I will be right back. Stunned him. Rooting him. Bring him towards me. Towards me. Towards me. The pillar. Rooting him again. YOLOing a trap.
Alright.
Oh, I missed.
No worries.
I'm trinketing that. Rooting him.
He's on
Rooting
me.
him. Rooting him.
Alright, good stun.
Knocking.
Blasting him.
Go, go, go. Kill, kill, kill. Oh, fuck.
Yep. Oh, no, I'm stuck. I got nothing. Yeah, I got nothing.
Knocking him.
Dead. So dead. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
It's the most meta team. Whatever. They have to be.
I'm gonna trap the hunter's pets.
Oh.
Trapping hunter's pets. Going on the hunter, fuck it.
Okay.
Trapping.
Alright, this one.
Alright, he turtled. I'm out for a second. Hunter, go hunter big. Oh shit, shit. There it is, there it is.
Oh god.
He's dead. It's all you. I don't have the 2v1. Oh my god. Netting
Run.
him, netting him. Netting him.
Oh, there you are.
Oh my god.
Sorry, bro. Good net.
I was so close to escaping. I should have put the trap behind me. Yeah.
What was it?
Dude,
I had to
sick.
murder him.
Oh, fucking 18k kill shot, dude. I've been experimenting with like, I wait till my wildfire clusters for my legendary land, and then I press it, and I realize it's like just enough time to like throw a bomb and then
Press the flanking strike, and I'll like hit at the same time at the clusters.
That sounds really cool.
I say we have a better chance of killing the survival hunter, honestly.
Uh,
You camping in here? Oh no, they're out. They're out to play. I'm just going for it, man.
yeah.
Go Spiral Hunter all day. Freezing this beard.
Got fear. Oh, I gotta fear him. Oh, okay.
Yep, go on him.
Hunter breaking. Big plays. Oh man.
He's dead.
Fuck that.
He's dead.
Nice kill.
Care. These druids are insane. Knocking him.
Yep.
Didn't work.
Stay out. Yep.
Nice, dude. That was insane. I did my kill shot hit at the same exact time as your chaos bolt.
So that is cool. We could like mini reset
Yeah.
somehow.
Go stairs for sure. Okay.
Yeah.
They're not rushing. Time to think.
They're being weird. Okay.
They're looking for me. I'm waiting up here for y'all.
Uh,
6.5 hours later.
You think I'm gonna run in there?
yeah, like I'm not gonna.
Hello. Oops, turned on the wrong microphone. And my green screen's back. The old green screen. It's very revealing that there's a green screen behind me, isn't it? No secrets. But I mean, anyone with half a brain in film knows that it's the only way you can do what I'm doing right now is with a green screen, for the most part. I just think it looks neater to just not have like a square. Just have like me, but can't get it to stay for more than 20 minutes. Sometimes it'll stay for an hour. Then I don't know. It's weird. All right. Let's see. Where do I want to go next with this? Yeah, it's gonna be another like. I'm glad I gave it a second to dry. Because it's showing its true colors now. Want to add in a couple more structures here to make the lean of this make more sense. Kind of give the brain something over here to be like, oh yeah, that's 3 point. Okay, that's why. Because that's something I've noticed that can happen sometimes. Is that like not enough things in the drawing are stretched into the perspective you picked enough to really give it away. If that makes sense. And this is even still way too rounded. Like gotta be more like that. I'll say gouache dries out faster on your brush too. Some lines I gotta fix. I've run out of blue and white again, so I'm gonna add more of that. Almost out of my first tube of white gouache. Really like this stuff. The pigment is really rich. It's nice. Guess I'll show you what I'm doing. So I kind of have like the dark side over here. And I'll even take some more brown. See how that brown, it just makes a nice gray. But from this gray over to this white here is kind of how I'm working in shade. And to be honest, this got a bit too, there we go. Kind of let that meet in the middle there. I let it all mix together. You want to come over here, reactivate some of this. It's chalky. So I would consider like that less saturated than that. And this is a color I would use. Like this is the same lightness as this, but I would use this farther away in the drawing. Like I would use this color more like out here, and then I would use this highlight color more mid-ground here, if that makes sense. And so you can, like, what I mean is like you can have this gradient set up from this gray to this white, saturated or not, if that makes sense. So you can have like the same amount of value change happening, but a different amount of saturation. And I'm like allowing more green and more blue to come out over in these darks than I am way over here. And I find that harder to achieve with watercolor, to be honest. It's difficult. I think I'm gonna even go a step darker because I realized that I simply didn't go dark enough. I'm trying to remember what colors I've bought on my... Oh wow, okay. That's green. Interesting. Yeah, that is my darkest brown. I'll keep rolling with that. I think I'm gonna finally have to take some black here. So I'm cutting this like even once more, and I'm gonna grab black and toss that into that. And probably take some of this pure blue here, which is like my primary blue. Put that in there, and I'm gonna even grab some of this green. And I kind of just do that till I find what I'm looking for, really. A dash of white. Thing with white is it can really desaturate quick, so you can see the better, like the shade I went down to of darkness there. I didn't realize there was such a bad glare on it while I was mixing it. Okay. I'm even going ahead and adding more blue to this dark color because it got a little too brown. Like, where it would probably come across brown. And let's see how dark this is. Too much darker, but that's fine because I only want to push it in increments. that's a good dark for over here in the doorway. But I want to take a more saturated dark, but less dark, because I've been meaning to fix this line here. Can't seem to get that line straight. It's hard. I can't see. There's this little tiny shadow. Just getting the just gotta make this pop out a little bit more than what's in front of it, or behind it, rather. And at this stage of the painting, the way I like to go about it is to be very minimal. Little touches at a time. It's easier to go forward than it is to go back in painting, so I think it is anyway. You know, there's always that warrior out there ready to tell you you're wrong. Just kind of going about my own experience on the canvas. Because going back isn't just like picking the old color, you know, it's like sometimes it means you're redrawing a lot, like kind of taking 5 steps back. Because there's only certain effects that you can get with multiple built up layers on top of each other, starting from dark. And the paint itself, I would argue, the texture of the paint overlapping even helps along the effect, so it's just gotta be that way. And sometimes you just paint over the wrong shit, you know? Now, I've liked how this looked sort of coral reef stone layers over here on accident, so I've just kind of been rolling with that. Got some accidental reflective light happening there. Reflective. Allowing some of that gouache texture to happen, because I just want to start learning how to do that. These are relatively 3 pretty close mediums because they're all water-based, but they're all like they're the same but different. It's yeah, it's kind of what I was looking for. I want it to be more separated from, because it's much closer. So, all right. Get this window going here. No, my brush ain't right. It's kind of another part of it too, recognizing the state of your brush. If it's in the right state to make the right mark. Like I gotta roll my brush when I dip it in the paint so that it's at just the right bristle orientation, I guess. I maybe could have gone one hair darker here, so I'm gonna do that. Half a hair dark. I would say we have to speak in quarter hairs in painting. When you're splitting hairs, it's quarter hairs. With paint mixing. Like adding, like, you know, if you think of it like the amount of pigment pieces you're adding, like adding, like, you know how like air, they talk in like parts per billion, like carbon dioxide and stuff. It can be that sensitive, in my opinion. I'm gonna make the artistic choice to bring the green of the teal out more in the shadows, just to see what happens. I don't really know why it's like the value is gonna be right, but like because color doesn't matter as long as the value is right, I want to see if it'll just make it dope. Man, it's hard to do machine cut looking stuff. With a brush. But I'll allow it to have some texture. Why not, right? At least that part. Just gotta cut the door right here. The way you get a perfect arc in paint is just like little by little, you know? So I gotta carry this curve out to here. That'll be its thinnest. Cut into that blue a little bit. And then now cut into the door. I gotta get it back to like a more inky consistency here. Nope, not quite. Here we go. This should give me a nice line. Experimenting with paint viscosity is huge. Whether your paint's thin or thick is like a big part of it all. I think it's right here that needs to be cut. My paint dried up off the brush before I got there. Girl, act a little bit faster. Almost. There it is. Getting to that roundness I'm looking for. Hey, what's going on, Us? Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Working on it. Kind of kept it monochromatic. I like the kind of blueness of it all. But reaching the end. Not gonna go past 3 o'clock. That's my cutoff time. So I have an hour to finish it. But Us, while you're here, man, I need a name. What's the name of your city? I asked you earlier, but you left. You left chat. I need to know what it's called, unless you don't have one yet. But if you don't have one yet, then think of one anyway. I want you to name this. Name this city. Full rights to naming this painting. You gotta think of one, bro. Come on. Name your WoW characters all the time. It can be the hardest part. You're right. And I just realized I can get a nice edge, a white edge coming up. I'm fixing my mistake right now, basically. That's why it looks wonky. You don't gotta think of it now, man. I'm not done yet. You have an hour. That's not quite. And yeah, I'm gonna get back to this structure here. Just kind of finalizing some things in the foreground. Okay, these all gotta be darker on this side. Okay, now I gotta get this blue. Not enough pigment at all. There we go. Okay. Bring this crack out. I could actually make a little bit more blue. I'll let you in on the mixing. Anyone hanging out, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel yet, Planet Jokum would be a gigantic help. If you hopped over on YouTube real quick and just press the old subscribe button. I'm trying to reach 1,000. Currently we are at 110. So quite a little bit of ways to go, but not that long. As long as we keep cranking away at collecting them. And that was a bad line. It's okay. It happens. YouTube has a bigger variety of my stuff, I would say. It's kind of all everywhere, but it's organized into playlists and stuff, if that makes sense. I realized what I've been doing wrong is I wanted to make this round looking, and I did the highlight like an edge, so it's not appearing round, but here we go. Seems blending in one direction with the stroke seems to give the result a little bit more. Excuse me. Fixing something off screen. And there's the green screen. So I might as well fix that too. I mean, y'all know I'm not going to cut off at 3 if I'm not done. I mean, if I'm within 5 minutes. I just gotta say that to put pressure on myself. I still have an hour, I'm good. Alright. I can grab some white here. Fix this. Give the second dose of these highlights here. Really make it once and for all nice and sharp. I feel like this music is appropriate for being underwater right now. It's very underwatery water, or it's very underwatery music. Is what I meant to say. Another trick I do with these lines, or that helps them along, is getting the brush going before you touch the paper. Does that make sense? So like, don't touch the paper, then move it. Like, start drawing the line a little before, and then like gradually land like a, I guess sort of like how a plane would land on a runway, you know? And that helps draw paint lines, at least especially with these really thin brushes. I find it helps. Yeah, little tricks of the trade. Brush control is a thing. Reminds me of Like I would say that I gained a lot of it through painting in the construction industry, painting houses, having to cut straight lines with paint all day. You find ways to like control paint, and I would say that it a lot of that knowledge transferred over. I'm digging myself a hole here because I keep making it thicker and thicker on accident, and I'm chasing. And I swear, like, a brush only draws thin lines for so long, and then it's just kind of dead. Okay. Here's where I'm going to try to get some, like, sort of texture effect going on. Filling in the background here. Hopefully it'll pop this thing out a little bit too. Because it does need a little bit more shadow where this cliff sort of wraps around, I would say. It's feeling very underwatery, really cool. Great. I personally kind of still feel like it's a little outsidey, but I'm glad it's looking watery to you. Oh. All right. I like monochromatics. They look pretty cool. Going even more white with it, trying to get it to pop. The whitest gouache allows. See, slightest bit of water here. See, with acrylic, this is the part I'm still figuring out. Maybe I can mix both. But, you know, they have different Sheens. So that might not work. Gotta bring some of this white back. Getting a little out of control. There we go. One second. Okay. Bring a little bit more darkness to under here, guys. This thing is pretty close compared to the other ones. Okay. Keep getting audio glitches over here. Come on. Come on. Um, okay. Oh well, whatever. Gonna bring out this. Been meaning to. And basically like a little window looking glass. Didn't get quite the right blue there. Definitely too something I'm noticing with gouache. Doesn't wipe off right away as easily as acrylic does. Acrylic, you kind of have this like 5-second rule, a little bit less, where you can get it off right away, like a 2-second rule. Yes, I still am. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm deciding. Like where they're gonna come from, so that it makes sense and doesn't kind of feel out of place, you know? I think it's easy to just put things in drawings because we know that they belong, but then they also don't really have any rhyme or reason in their placement. That's what I want to try to decide rightly. The highlight color. Hmm. Highlight on the window. Okay. Touching up some old highlights. And adding some new ones that we're missing, like right here. Now I can go back to the black color and touch it up. It's actually going to be the blue color. Just working out these highlights. Kind of messed them up a tad, so I'm working the blue back onto the door. This might be a better, closer choice. There we go. I'm trying to fix that black line. Nope. Still needs to be a little bit more blue. There we go. That's the color. I've really saved so much time not remixing my colors. I've had the same palette this entire time. Ah. Drop my brush. Okay. Gotta fix this here. Forgot I overwrote it. Okay. I think this needs to be feathered. Don't really know what I'm doing right now. It looked like it's kind of made of stone, didn't it? I don't mind. They are magic elves. There's another highlight I was missing. Hey, what's up, Dead King? Welcome to the chat. Thanks, man. It's supposed to be an underwater city. For a request of chat. But we ended up drawing for the drawing of the day. Illustration of the day. Whatever we're gonna call it. Oops. How's your Monday going? You enjoying yourself? Excuse me. My mouth is dry. Just trying to finish up highlights over on the foreground here. I've learned to get used to the alarming feeling when something comes up too bright, because it always dries darker when it's transparent. Every time. So I've learned to overshoot a little bit with bright colors, so that it's been going pretty good. Great, man. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Is it a day off for you? You working? Chilling? Playing video games? Hoping I can make it to a Zelda stream tonight, but I don't know if I will. A little bit less white of a choice there. That's fine. All right. I think I gotta darken this line up here on the foreground bridge as well. I probably don't have enough black here. Let's see how it comes out though. This line right in here. Just chilling? Hell yeah. Were you one of the people that found me through Tipster's Raid the other night? Oh shit, the green screen again. I forget because like 25 of you jumped in, and I've remembered most of y'all names when you have, like, I've not remembered, but I've recognized you, like knowing that you've been here before. But y'all hopped in and out so quick that night. If you were part of that I can't even remember y'all. Darken these cracks too. More accurately, now that I have a better color here. You weren't part of it. All right, never mind. You just finding me now randomly? I feel like you've been here before. Your name seems familiar, but I guess not. Well, welcome anyway. Doesn't matter either way. I'm starting to realize right away that that's going to be a problem for me in streaming. I have that problem in real life. It's like I remember people's faces, but not their... Oh, look at that. I put a nice big blob there, huh? I got it on my hand. Haha. You see that? Oh, man. It's alright. Well, the reason I say randomly is because I feel like I find people randomly on YouTube all the time. And I don't even remember how I got there sometimes. Sometimes I just algorithms right on my homepage. Did you notice the black dot before I did? Were you all like, oh no? It happens. Happy accident. Exactly. Speaking of happy accident, this side of the cliff needs to be darker anyway, so it kind of works out. I want to get a structure going over here anyway. Right about here. And these are, I would say, not catching as much of the light. There's like a pipe coming out of this thing. Hey, Moon, what's up? Welcome back. I don't even remember where you left off. I think I had the front bridge somewhat drawn. It's been a while though. How's work going? You still at work? You on break? Yeah, it's kind of really complementing the 3-point with that this tower has, making it make more sense. I gotta remember, YouTube has the most latency out of all of them when it comes to how long it takes for y'all to hear what I'm saying. And then also get your response back. Not sure, but it looks more alive right now. Hell yeah. I'm off, just getting ready for my second job. Jeez, hustling. Making that moolah. Okay, another pipe here. And then like the second part of the tower. And I didn't lean that line quite right. It's gonna be more like that. Working 2 jobs. Let's see, what'll be the top of this thing? Can just give it a tower. Give it like a one of these things. Second one is taking people's pictures at the photography studio at JCPenney, so it's pretty laid back. Oh, sick. That's a cool little job. Nice. Hell yeah. I remember getting my pictures taken at one of those. I think it was at Walmart. Really, really long time ago. Very, very long time ago. Now, where's my horizon? It's disappeared, which is good. I can't really see the pencil lines anymore. So, glad that's gone. I'm a half an hour from my cutoff point, or 20 minutes. I think I'm in good shape. Now to highlight this thing. Still think this guy still needs highlights. How much time do you get in between both your jobs? When you have to rush to the next one? Is it like you gotta sprint to the car and you can't breathe? You only got like 10 minutes. Something about it, but for me it's like in the mornings, like I gotta have that like at least a half hour to myself. Like if I gotta like roll out, I mean obviously I don't have to, like I'll be fine. I prefer to have a half hour to an hour of just like relaxing and waking up. If I have to like roll out of bed because I missed the alarm, oh man, and like go right to that shit'll throw off my day so bad. It's almost like I become like a YouTube video that's stuck on buffering and I just like can't catch up. I swear to God. So I had to grab more white gouache here because I ran out on my palette. Gonna kind of jump around, do highlights now. Trying to just add some like rando details. I really haven't given this tower much thought. Just trying to give it some dimension, you know? Maybe not as much thought as dimension. I'm gonna straighten out those lines. Kind of rushed that, not gonna lie. Fixing them up. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna bring him right to the bottom. Getting there. Getting there, dude. I gotta make sure to keep these lines going that way, though. Something like that. Like a giant chess piece. But nothing wrong with it looking a little alien, I guess. Feel like a little light can be shed here. Ah, yes. Right here. Don't want to dip my hand in that black again. It's tragic. That was way too fat. I drew the same thickness again. Alright, whatever. It's because I don't have enough water. Maybe I can fade this. That worked. Now I want to make this thing pure ultra white here. Trying to make this sort of tower have like an energy core thing on it. And now I gotta give it its own light. And I'm just gonna use like pure white here. I don't know. Like some sort of weird thing in the background that we don't know what it is, but it's doing something. Alright. It looks so cool. Love all the light. Thank you so much. I'm gonna make this thing light up too. Squeeze more white out. Might have to switch to another brush. Things kind of getting a bit out of it. Should I keep the perfect amount of water on it? Put my hand in paint. Thank you so much for liking it. Every click helps. Feed the algorithm gods the food they need to transport my post to you and to other people. They're very hungry, those algorithm gods. They require a lot of likes and shares. Coming back to tame these white lines a little bit here. Not sure if it's gonna come across the way I'm trying to make it. Kind of on the fence. I think I'm gonna resort to it looking like round columns like that instead. It looks wet on the camera, but you'll see in a second when it dries. Wasn't feeling how it looked. On the power core tower, it looks right. Not on this guy though. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you back. About to do a last couple paint strokes on the drawing of the day here. Just kind of jumping around doing some highlights. By the way, really excited to say that I'm sure there's some new people in here since earlier, but my new website's finally up and running, live now, and I have a discount going, 10% off on anything until May 20th. Just type in Happy Accident at checkout, and just overall happy to have my prints up and running again, because I've had that down for a few months and they're all on demand. You'll see this drawing up there, last drawing of the day up there, all my other artwork, adding more all the time. And yeah, the original of this will be being sold and prints, so you can get it in any print you want. There's a lot of options. I have a catalog that like tells me how many different options I have, and I think it's like 2,900 between all the sizes and everything. So yeah, just letting you know, letting everybody know all the time. I feel like maybe the lights could be up top, like right here. Alright, now I want to look up a little reference really quick, because I just want to see something. Oh, and there goes the green screen. Ugh. Alright. Should get us a sense of scale here. Okay. So we need a bit of a darker color to begin with. This should be fine. What I already have on my palette, that is, for starters. Let's see. Trying to think where a good spot. Can you guess what I'm doing? Figured it was appropriate. Haha. Hmm. Trying to make this work. Controversial move. Alright. 6 minutes over 3 o'clock. Officially in overtime. Not sure if I liked how I placed them, but gonna just roll with it now. And they're not necessarily like the shapes I wanted, but yeah, it's okay. Trying to make some bubbles here. But I don't know if I'm getting enough contrast behind them. Headed out. Thanks for the chill stream. Thank you for joining. So good to see you. Good luck at work. Hope to see you next time. I'll be on tomorrow at 9 a.m. for episode 3. Drawing of the day. So thanks again. I'll see you around. Just gonna fix my green screen real quick here. I think the fish whale or whatever it is has to be a little bit darker. Basically just making a darker blue over here. There we go. I'm almost there. Okay, it's pretty dark. Let's see what that does. Hey Matt, thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Just making them a little darker so they pop a little more. Hmm. Maybe like Just trying to value this shark up, right? Feel like maybe I'm gonna take a little bit of that fin off. Gonna add a little shout out to this building here. Just wasn't quite dark enough. Maybe even a little more. Hey, man. Thank you so much, Matt. I really appreciate those stars, man. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much. What are you up to, man? Enjoying your Monday? It's a bit too dark. Rush. Yep, just practicing guitar. Nice, bro. I've been learning a new tune myself. Yep, still going. What are we at? 6.5 hours. Wow. Yep. I'm pretty much done though. We're in a couple minutes here. Are you out of work yet? Are these looking like bubbles to you guys? I'm trying to make it translate. They sort of do this, like, they leave behind these, like, the trails of smaller bubbles. Yeah, looks like Bubble's sick. Alright. Gotta get, I think change right here. It's perfect, dude. Sick. Thanks, man. Sometimes I can't tell what things look like to other people. I really can't. Because I'm often wrong about it. By the way, anyone that's joining in, this original will be available on the website by tomorrow, as well as any kind of print you would want of it. Just so everybody knows. And you can use, until May 20th, a discount called Happy Accident. You just type in Happy Accident at checkout and you get 10% off. Yeah. Kind of like doing a grand opening store kind of thing, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Like when it's wet, it looks like I'm putting like silver onto the painting. I think that's actually black. See if I block the light. There we go. Shiny fishy. Yes. Very shiny fishy. I think there's gotta be one more because the bubbles gotta come off one more, that's why. Not good with my my whale anatomy. Yeah. Haven't studied my whales. This isn't a whale, but I'm gonna live with it not being a whale. It's just a different fish. Alien whales. Yes. Definitely. Now I just think just bring out the white even more, if possible. Trying to get pure white on my brush right now. I gotta make the highlights on these bubbles like blinding white. Well, the last whale was needed. It pulled all the fish and the bubbles together. Thank you. Yeah, I think so too. I think it was just we needed something else with bubbles, so that it kind of made sense, I guess. Like, oh, that's what those are. Just railing here. And now the whales need. This guy just needs a little bit of a highlight. Like that. So does this guy. Hand is shaky. Ah, that highlight was satisfying. Yeah, it was. I can go a little bit darker on the underbelly of this guy. And also on his tail, it's a little bit hard to see. The tail got to be a little bigger, so it's like he's it's going towards us a little bit. Adding some more suds. Because bubbles have this sort of trail off thing that happens. Really teensy little bubbles. And this one's a little bit too uniform. We just needed a escape bubble. Right about here, I think. Just one that's doing a little bit better than all the rest of them. Again, trying to make these bubble tops as white as possible. I've got to run, but I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe for a mushroom forest and a snow globe. Hey, who knows what's gonna happen? I don't know what I'm painting until I sit down, but yeah, I'll see you at 9 a.m. Well, 10 a.m. your time, 9 a.m. my time. If everything goes to plan. My stream almost didn't work this morning. I had a panic attack, but then 2 minutes to go, it worked, so let's hope that doesn't happen, but have a great day. I love you, Steph. And, I'll be, shipping your original out, probably tomorrow at this point, because of the way the time's going with cooking dinner and stuff, so. If not, I'll probably have it shipped out within an hour, so look out for your, or I'll just send you a tracking number when I get it. Usually comes in the next day, so. Anyway, thank you. Take care. Well, a couple more shadows here and there. Hmm. I like how it looks super bright under the ocean. That's kind of fun. Just bringing out contrast in little areas here and there. Like, I'm gonna hop over to this building. Let me just give a little more contrast to these bubbles here. Like that. Just a little bit more contrast on the side of those bubbles. Not quite getting the right color here. Nope, that's a little darker. Alright, Matt. I would imagine that building all that underwater would prove rather challenging. Oh, yeah. You bet. You bet. That's why they are magical elves. Damn it. Just give me a slightly darker shade of blue. Thank you. That's all I wanted. slightest darker shade of blue. It's weird, like it doesn't look dark till it dries. It goes on super light. Very deceiving. Being a magical elf usually helps. Yeah. Definitely. Not with just building underwater, but also everything else. Yeah, I mean, hell. Real fucking convenient. Alright. Well. I am feeling pretty happy with that. I think I'll add a couple bubbles here. Coming off this guy. But not much. Need more water. All right. There we have it. Drawing of the day. Calling it there. Time to peel it though. Which is a very satisfying part. Thank you all for hanging out. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you following. I'm so close to affiliate. I think I have to go like 10 more, so. Let's see. And then I can finally get bits. So far, this one's feeling good. Oh yeah. Satisfying. Nice. So far, no paper. I really, really like doing mostly gouache. I think it's my favorite kind of paint out of all three. If I had to pick one forever, between acrylic, watercolor, and gouache, I'd say it's gouache. Veronica looks great. Hey, thanks so much. Here, I'll let you get a full zoom because I feel like you just jumped in. Something. I adore the colors on this one. Thank you. Super monochromatic. It's like If you could make blue the slightest bit of teal without actually seeing any green, barely seeing any green, it's like the blue I picked for this. I'm seeing one little thing here I'm gonna fix. Just wanted to make this a little darker. It wasn't standing out. And that is it right there. It's exactly what I wanted to see. You're good, I've been watching. Cool, cool. Alright. We peel the last one. It's rare that I get one without any paper peeling, so see if I can get the last one. If I go easy enough. Peeling away from the painting. Oh yeah. Moment of truth. Yeah. Oh, nice. A non-peeler. And there we have it. There's only one thing left to do. And that's to sign it. Cool. Super blue. Did not expect to draw an underwater city today. So that's pretty fun. Let's see, find my pen here. Get it going. Okay. And there we have it. What's the city's name, chat? Anyone got an idea? That's one thing, we haven't named the city yet. Any ideas? Because I'm going to call it that on the website when I upload it. That website, by the way, above me. PlanetJokum.com. Go check it out. Discount code HAPPYACCIDENT if you want to get anything 10% off. How about... I mean, I feel like it's got to be some sort of like high fantasy name, you know? Or something. Come on, Oz. Where's Oz when you need him? Even that really white gouache dried. How much whiter does it get? Let me see. You can get some pure. Last few dabs here. I think what happened, maybe I'm getting too much water in it still. Let's see. It's actually still whiter. Not gonna lie. Wish I could help, but I'm not good at creating names. That's why all my usernames are just my actual name. I get it. The naming of the name is the hardest part for me. Like, especially in like a video game. When I gotta like name my character, you know? Oh man. I'll sit there sometimes thinking of what to name him for an hour. It's gotta be good, you know? Committing to a character. I'm just really trying to get this pure white. Because I realized it still wasn't even yet. Metropolis Aquatica. Metropolis Aquatica. I like it. Heck yeah. I like Aquatica. Alrighty. There it is. Drawing of the day. Oh, thank you so much for hanging out. And I think I'll call it Aquatica. Unless anyone else says something before I end the stream. But again, thank you for hanging out. It ended up being a 7-hour stream. Wow. Full shift. But happy I did it. It's been a blast. Thank you so much again. And don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow my Facebook page. Check out my Twitch. Give that a follow too. And most importantly, my new art store is up. PlanetJokum.com. And until May 20th only, you can type in Happy Accident for 10% off on any print, any original, anything. And this painting here, along with yesterday's painting, is going to be up there as well. Enjoy the rest of your day as well, Veronica. And I hope the rest of you do too. Love you all. And see you tomorrow morning for the next drawing of the day.